Hello, is it recording? What is up, people? Hmm. I'm gonna be drawing in magma today. Let me see if this works. All right. Hmm. Hello, guys. What's up? I hope you guys can see this. I hope you guys can see this properly. I'm actually drawing on my iPad. Like I'm using Magma, but I'm drawing on my iPad, and I'm just streaming, sharing my screen through my computer, but I'm actually not drawing on my computer. Can you guys hear me all right? Testing, testing. Can you guys hear me? Oh, I have the sound turned off. It's a little bit choppy, the audio. Let me guys know if you listen, if you can hear a lot of like the background noise. Your anatomy skills are so impressive. Wish to be like you one day. Oh, thank you, man. I mean, you can do it. You just gotta stick around. Like if you're already passing by on like my live streams, so just you might as well draw alongside with me, draw along with me, and practice with me, so we can both improve together. Mm, Let me check the quality of this. I don't know if you can guys see the like the canvas right and everything. I don't know if showing them properly. I guess I could zoom in a little more so you can see the drawings in higher quality. Well, okay, it's been 13 minutes and the battery of my iPad is already kind of fucking dead. It's already at 80% and whoa, that's crazy. Oh my god, sorry for all the noise. Mm, Already seen improvement in drawing for this long. Like so far, since I started live streaming. Hmm. I mean, it's hard to tell, but yeah, but I mean, it has. I have been seeing improvement. It, but the improvement it mostly comes from studying things and seeing stuff. Like the actual improvement, what's going to reflect in your actual on the canvas is what you observe throughout the day. If you don't observe anything and you're just drawing just for the sake of it, you're not going to see any improvement or very slow improvement. But if you are drawing what you have seen and you're constantly seeing new things and memorizing them, you will unlock those like new things that you're able to draw. So it's more like the improvement happens in your mind, not on the drawing itself. So what I'm trying to say is that the 12-hour drawings by themselves are not going to do much if I don't study on my end, if I don't do the mental work. And by mental work, I mean in a non abstract or confusing way, just memorizing things. So in this case, for human bodies, the mental work would be looking at pictures of the human body of naked people. Would be looking at naked people. So that would be productive. So it's like, oh, okay, I understand now how things work better. Because if I only stick to my outdated knowledge on things, and I don't focus on learning any further, then when I started, I thought I would only work on a single drawing per live stream. Hmm. So you've been drawing along. That's nice to hear that people are telling me, hey, I started drawing. I stuck around and I started drawing some more because of you. Nice, bro. That's nice to hear. I ended up doing different type of studies. I mean, one good practice you can do which I should do too, honestly. So I don't neglect studying like multiple things. Is to okay, one day I'm gonna study drawing cars. The next day I'm gonna study drawing only motorcycle engines. The next day I'm only going to study drawing torsos. And you know, you start to study each thing. You start to give like full priority to each thing, so you don't neglect anything, and you it kind of forces you to study multiple things. Maybe you have like a I don't know. I'm visualizing like a what do you call this? Like doing some sort of random, you know, doing it random. Like, okay, I'm gonna let ChatGPT decide for me. Like, what should I study today? Why should I draw today? Maybe trucks. You know, just random stuff that at the same time is kind of fun to draw, and it gives you a chance to practice a little bit of everything. Because the you spend half of the time looking at the motorcycle, and so imagine you spend 6 hours. So like half of that time, half of those 12 hours looking at the motorcycle engine, and the other half drawing it and rotating it. You're gonna be an expert. Like you may not have known what a motorcycle engine looked like before that, but you will be an expert by the end of that. Well, probably not an expert, but you will be knowledgeable enough to draw it in a way that is convincing. I'm actually gonna try doing that because I particularly suck at drawing engines, and I think they're really cool to draw. So I'm going to practice that, I guess. You know what I used to do to when I was trying to like to practice these things. This is a little bit autistic, and I don't think at what point I would recommend it. But I would literally go to Roblox. Uh, like I don't play video games, right? But I would go to Roblox, and I would go to this Roblox game. I forgot what the name of the game was, but it is a game where you can disassemble or like detach and retach, like attach um, objects to one another, and you can like you have a car in that game, and you can connect the part. Like you have to grab an engine on like the other side of the room, and you have to attach it to the car, and you have to attach the parts and everything, and you can actually see the 3D parts, and you can rotate them, and it's like whoa, okay, this is so cool. I can actually grab the part and I can see all the details and I can rotate it, and it's so easy to uh, visualize when you have the 3D thing in your hand when you're grabbing it, even if it's in a video game. This works great for understanding how things work, or to at least to visualize things better. But I don't know at what point I would recommend it because you know video games can be very addictive. So if you're not careful, it may end up with you getting addicted. So I'm gonna look at some reference. Like I already know kind of what a motorcycle engine looks like, but translating that onto like the canvas is a little tricky. because of like kind of like the shape of the thing. But I remember I would look at videos. I was watching this video the other day of a guy who was like disassembling a motorcycle, an actual motorcycle, and he was showing the engine, the parts of the engine and how it worked. And I was also drawing. I was practicing the anatomy of the human face because I was studying faces the same way that I studied like other objects, as in like, okay, I need to really understand how this works. So I'm gonna prioritize studying schools, like skulls, like the human skulls. I don't know why I said schools. Imagine drawing schools. But I'm gonna draw the human skull a lot and not really understand. Because here's the thing, I used to draw the human skull, but I would just copy things without really understanding what I was doing. You're not gonna learn anything if you do that. Do it that way. Oh, there's a loud fucking truck here. Would you recommend studying value or perspective first? I mean, it depends. Value studying value is for like you don't need to study value if you're gonna if you're gonna focus on drawing necessarily, right? But if you're going to study, if you want to improve your painting skills, yes, improve at value. That is like the main thing. So here's the thing: value and perspective are like the foundation for both drawing and painting, but they are individual things. So you can't focus on drawing and painting at the same time on improving at both, because from the way that I see it, those are two separate skills. So you have to decide, okay, do I want to focus drawing or painting? If you want to focus drawing more, practice perspective first. Or if you want to focus painting more, if you say, okay, no, painting is feels more important right now, I want to give full priority to this, then focus on value. I absolutely butchered the perspective on this engine. Let me try to fix it. Jesus Christ. Talking about motorcycle engines, there is a very loud one outside of my building. Hopefully, you can't hear it because it's really annoying. I think you can because I increased the gain of the microphone. Everything is boxes, yeah. You are so right. I kind of fucked this up. Can you guys wait? Hello, Michi. What is up, guys? How are we? By the way, guys, I know I know I'm not doing this streams daily. I know it says daily 12-hour stream, but it hasn't been done daily. It is the goal. It is the goal to for me to do this every day because I need to. I need to do this every day. But I'm still getting used to the schedule. I'm trying to draw with technique like light and shadow shapes. You mean like painting or drawing? Like drawing like oh I you're are you doing like the like a value distillation but in like a like the charcoal style kind of thing like sketching with big shapes instead of I think I know what you mean. Kind of like the charcoal artists do, like the guys who do like portraits in charcoal. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I it is something that you can do. You can either start drawing the shapes right away without any sort of guidelines, or you can do like a little sketch for the sake of proportions. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm not gonna pretend that I know what I'm doing. Mm, okay, so for the onion, you have like this. I think I'm gonna draw the skulls. It's more difficult for me to draw value painting. Um, I mean, it is not bad for like if you're studying values, doing a little bit of a sketching for so you don't mess up the proportions is not really bad. It's perfectly valid. But the sketch that you're going to do is usually different from the sketching that you would do normally when you were drawing. Because whenever I do sketching for the paintings, it's more focused on straight lines and angles that kind of help me understand the proportions of the of like what I'm observing. I'm not really focusing too much on trying to understand the form, which would help most of the times. It's not harmful for you to understand the form of what you're painting, even if you don't have to, if you don't need to. But that wouldn't even be the main focus. So yeah, I mean, you can do a sketch, and that would be fine. But understand why you're doing it. That's important. Mhm. Is your Patreon still active? Well, if you are talking about my mentorship, I yeah, I still basically have my Patreon, but you will have to book a call first, which in is in the description. Is a Calendly link. Hmm. Yes, there is. You can still go into like any of my painting videos, and you can buy the $3 tier where I have some time lapses and everything. But honestly, since I'm not doing any new paintings anymore, I'm not really like posting new time lapses. So like you can join and you will see the old time lapses and the stuff that I posted around that time. Mm. But you guys can even see what I'm doing here. Mm. Is your mentorship worth $70? My drawing mentorship is like I increased the price recently. So right now it's more expensive, but you can just like I don't know if I'm going to stop doing like the painting mentorships anymore because again I'm just not focusing on painting. Mm-hmm. Can't believe it's been an hour already. Jesus Christ. What? It's already been an hour? When did that happen? I'm going to try to draw a car engine from memory. Are you guys drawing right now? What are you guys drawing? I drew an M4 today, and then I drew it from memory later today. Pretty cool. I used to draw guns a lot. I should go back to that. I had just reached a point where I was like, oh, this is becoming a little annoying, I guess. A little bit too repetitive. Yeah, I'm trying to vary a bit the type of optics that I study. Fuck me, did I really just forget what this looked like? I'm trying to draw a revolver. This is way too long. Damn it. This is what drawing shit looks like. What studying things is like basically. If you don't draw something for long enough, you're going to forget how to do it. So you have to constantly continue studying things. Okay, so I should pay more attention. I should give more priority to drawing heads and drawing faces. So I'm just going to. I guess it wouldn't be harmful to do like a sorrow head studies or something like that. But I'm just drawing a bunch of skulls, a bunch of human skulls, and really understanding what's going on with that, so I can that can be translated into whenever I'm gonna draw like actual faces. Okay, so this is the like the eyebrow thing, and here you have the nose. I think I made it too far apart. I like the detailed human sketch. Still learning perspective from sketching hard surface like mechas or vehicles. Yeah. Um, it is important to study, like, simplifying things in, like, organic things in boxes is like very a very good practice. God, I can't be this bad at drawing fucking skulls. Hmm. Oh, this is ass. I need to look at reference a lot more. Like, I have been going to Sketchfab and I have been using that website for references basically. So whenever I want to understand something, I just go to this website. And it's like the game I was talking to you about earlier that allows you to rotate things in perspective so you can see it from any angle. And what I always do basically when I'm studying something is looking at an object from a certain angle and then drawing it into a complete different angle. Are you drawing on a different device? Yeah, I'm drawing on my iPad. Like, I'm streaming through my computer, but I'm drawing on my iPad because I don't know. Sometimes it just feels nicer. I'm drawing on Magma, so this is basically the same canvas. Hmm. Yeah, I'm mostly drawing on my iPad because Magma doesn't work very well with my current, like with my in my computer with my desktop tablet. For some reason, is the pen pressure doesn't work very well. But the I like the program. This reminds me of like those ballistic dummies. Where you can see like both the flesh and the muscles at the same, like the bones at the same time. It is important to understand what you're drawing. Don't just mindlessly draw for the sake of it, out of muscle memory. Actually, take the time to figure out what it is. Let me check the Asaro head. Hmm. Whoa, okay. This is getting laggy. I think we're gonna have to restart this thing. YouTube doesn't want me to. Oh shit. Okay, we're back. I was on Sketchfab. I had this website open, and I think it was lagging my computer because it started to mess with the stream quality. There's so much fucking noise, Jesus. I'm always having a little bit of trouble drawing noses. So what I'm doing is I'm drawing the when I'm drawing the face, I'm drawing the nose. Well, I'm not drawing the nose. I'm drawing like the empty space, like the skeleton. So I can visualize, I can feel the empty space in my mind and I can visualize it better. You guys can hear me all right? Whoa, I can't believe it's been only 2 hours. Well, no, I mean that I feel like it hasn't been 2 hours. It feels like it's been way less. I don't know why I'm not even drawing. Uh, I'm drawing very slow too. I'm feeling way more comfortable drawing faces now that I have been studying like skulls and everything. It gives you a lot of confidence. Yeah, like so far I'm loving using the iPad. I think this is gonna be like the norm for most of these because, or I don't know if I'm gonna keep using Photoshop. I probably will. You know, it's really weird. Sometimes I'm just like, okay, I'm gonna use the tablet. I'm gonna draw in Photoshop with my desktop tablet on my computer for most of like, everything. Like I dislike using my iPad half of the time, and the other half I dislike using the other thing. So I'm like switching a lot to see what just feels better, feels more natural. Maybe I'm just stupid. I don't know. Does your fingers hurt? No, not really. I'm surprising. Like the only thing that I don't even get burned or anything. Like people think this is hard, but in reality, it's not. The only reason why you would see me struggling with drawing for this long is because I didn't sleep enough the last night. I did sleep quite a bit last night, so I'm probably not gonna fall asleep like the previous live streams. But no, the although I'm gonna be honest, the Apple Pencil kind of is kind of annoying on the fingers, a little bit more annoying than the like the Wacom pen. Like it feels like you're gonna get a blister or something because of how hard the pen is. I don't have like the grip or anything on my Apple Pencil. I just had a thought. I was just thinking about the people who say, you know, the artists who say, "Oh, it is easier to draw a face in this, like to draw a face on like looking at the right than looking at the left side, like pointing at the right than pointing at the left or something like that." Like people saying, "Oh, it's easier to draw a face in this angle than this other angle," like even though it's kind of like the same thing. Or the people who say, "Oh, it's easier to draw on digital than to draw on traditional, or vice versa." That is all bullshit. Like it should all be the same. If it's not the same for everything, then you were doing something wrong. If it's not the same, if it doesn't feel the same to draw a face from like looking at the right and looking at the left, if it doesn't feel like the same thing, that means you're doing something wrong. That probably means that you're relying on muscle memory a bit too much and you're not observing things enough. And it's the same thing with perspective. I think coloring and digital. No, that's another thing. That's a completely different thing. Yeah, I also think that. But I mean drawing specifically because as I always say, people tend to rely too much on lines and neglect perspective and shapes. And when you do that, what ends up happening is that you will have these idiotic issues. You will be better drawing in digital than traditional because it's like, oh, I don't know. I don't know why I'm better at this. Yeah, digital is very hard. Digital is very hard. It should feel the same because it's not about the lines that matter and that's gonna make the thing work, but it's about how your brain in like interprets the engages with the actual perspective of things. That's what's gonna make things work. Yeah, I'm actually liking Magma a lot. This website is delicious. The brushes are very nice. I can draw on iPad, so I can share my screen here, and hopefully it's not super annoying. And I can draw with more people on the same canvas. So whenever I hop on a call with my students, I draw with them, and I can actually see what they're drawing, and vice versa. I can help them better. Okay, guys. So I want you guys to know that I love you and that I'm still learning this shit. Okay, I'm still figuring out how things work. What is the easiest, the fastest way to learn and everything. And it is my duty as a content creator to teach you this as well, to pass all of this knowledge onto you. And I'm telling you, learning human anatomy is important because, in my opinion, it's the thing that you will be drawing the most. And it's also the thing that, especially faces, especially heads and faces. And it is something that, it's like people will ask you to draw a face. Oh, can you draw me? Can you draw this guy? Can you draw a face? Is something that you will be drawing a lot. Unfortunately, or fortunately, whatever. If you hate drawing faces or if you having trouble with that. And I'm telling you, I think there's nothing that's gonna improve your ability to paint, to draw faces from imagination than studying skulls, doing skull studies, like practicing human skulls. Wanna try drawing freer and looking up? Yeah, I'm gonna try it in a. I never tried it. Like I saw the fucking trend on Reddit, but I never really tried it. I'll try doing that. But yeah, the basically it kind of sucks learning skulls at first. It's like this feels so fucking boring, but it pays off so like crazy, literally. Like it is the improvement is ridiculous because it basically makes you understand to a very fundamental level how things work. So you can identify better, like okay, what you're like, why things are the way they are. When you look at the surface, at the flesh of the face, the facial features and everything, you understand why things are there. So there's less room for messing up. Okay, I'm gonna try drawing. What's the name? Fr- Frieren? Looking up. I have no idea what this character looks like, by the way. um, Let me see. Also, it is also hard. Like I find it particularly hard to not draw super muscular people, or in my case, like draw like masculine. Like I'm used to drawing like more masculine uh faces and bodies and everything, more muscular, because it just like it's easier to exaggerate the muscles, for the sake of practicing and understanding how things work. It's easy to draw like more muscular bodies or more detailed faces, detail in the way that you have like more like random like wrinkles or muscles coming out of the skin. So drawing like a female face or a female body that is very soft and doesn't have a lot of detail, I find it to be more challenging, even because that will demand you to have enough knowledge of the human body to being able to simplify it to that extent. Well, yeah, let me look up what freer Ren looks like. Genuinely have no idea. Yeah, I know she had like this long pointy ears. I guess that's it. Like basically all anime faces look the same. The only thing that changes are like the size of the eyes and the hair. Basically, that's it. Especially like on like female faces. It's been before doing that. I am not using guidelines for these faces, by the way. The only guideline that I'm using, which I think guidelines are useful. I used to shit on using guidelines a lot because if you don't know perspective, they're completely pointless, and don't even bother, because if you don't know perspective, it's just going to make things more confusing. But the only guideline that I'm using for drawing the faces is basically the line, like the eyebrow line. I don't know what like the scientific term is, but I'm using this line as a reference because it's going to establish the eye level and the overall perspective. So it is extremely useful. And from that point, I'm able to just draw the face. I can draw, like, I know from that point where the eyebrows are going to be, and I know that from that point I can draw the nose, and then the eyes right under the eyebrow. So it's not it's fairly easy to start drawing like that. No, I didn't exaggerate it enough, I think. So it's like, this is the face. You get the pointy ass ears. Okay, I made. I fucked up. I made her facial features way too strong. So now she looks like a cross dresser. I think her hair is like this. How did I do, boys? Everyone's free reign has its own flavor. This one belongs to you. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could anime fight some more or make it look more feminine, like with the anime eyes and shit. Like, oh my god, I don't even want to try drawing the anime guy, the anime eyes. Something like this. Can you guys see it? Yeah, it's a matter of understanding the box. This is why drawing mannequins is so important. It's a matter of understanding this guy. Then you can turn it into a more complex structure. Let me draw the other ear. I forgot. Completely forgot about it. No, that doesn't look good. Maybe like this. Your style kind of reminds me a bit of Kim Jong Il. Yeah, I'm a big fan. He's the goat. Yeah, like I mean, I don't. I'm not really. I don't copy him or anything, but I've looked to. I looked up to him for so long that naturally I think his style, a little bit of his style, kind of oozed into my own drawings. But you can't really copy. Like I've seen a bunch of people trying to copy him, and I always think, Jesus. I mean, you can copy a little. There's only so much you can copy, right? You can't copy perspective. You need to, like, the core fundamentals is something that you, for example, you need to study on your own. But yeah, boxes are everything. Boxes are literally everything that you have. And once you manage to master the boxes, you will, like, it would be just a matter of leveling up things. Leveling up. these things. Yeah. So it's like you have a level one mannequin that is just a silly little box with not so much detail, and then you can turn that into a more actual complex anatomy. But you gotta learn something. Another artist I like that imitates him is Modern Day James. I've seen a bunch. I don't know if this is the guy I'm thinking of. Let me look him up. Because there is a guy that is very popular because of his brush pen art style, like type of also the tools are also really are going to determine a lot of your style. No, I don't think I know the guy. He's more of a he's a concept artist, right? This is gonna be a hot take. Like I'm not by any means trying to shit on this guy, but I don't really like this type of concept art, quote unquote concept art type of art style, where things are very just clean. Like the line work is very clean and everything looks overly neat for some reason. Like I just don't like it. It feels a little bit too dull, personally, right? I just prefer a more careless. I don't give a fuck about the outcome type of art style. I don't really like the concept art too much because it is like the type of art that feels a little soulless because you know it's made for like a this is made for like a video game thing. Like there's sometimes where it's done right. Like I like Craig Mullins, for example. He has a lot of very like expressive because, well, to be fair, it's also very realistic. It's a different type of art style too. But I like the type of art that is like, see, I don't give a fuck. I'm just doing it for the love of the game. Yeah. Early this year, I found a guy. He also has a very similar style to Kim Jong Gi, Karl Kopinski, Yoji Shinkawa. Let me look him up. Okay. Oh, yes, this is like watercolor. Bro, I looked up this guy, and the first thing that showed up is AI. His fucking AI watercolor slop. Oh yeah, this guy. Oh my, yeah, I had this wallpaper of Call of Duty. Wait, let me show it to you. I used to love this wallpaper. Yeah. I used to have this Call of Duty wallpaper. I don't think I can paste it. Wait, let's see. Here. Yeah, this one. Ooh, this is kind of weird. Well, you can see it, right? Yeah, I used to love this. I still do. Looks really fucking sick. This has a lot of soul. I love it. Yeah, this does feel very um not overly taken care of. Like it doesn't seem like, okay, oh yeah, he does like four different layers of line work, and it ends up feeling extra stiff because it feels so mechanical in a way. Like it's just made like you can almost feel how stiff the lines are, and that it's just very against my. I just think that is the rule for some reason. So I'm generalizing when I say I don't like concept art because there's some stuff that I really really like. Karl Kopinski. Yeah, Karl Kopinski. Um, yeah, I think he did. He also did a lot of concept art too, and stuff for video games, like paintings and like very highly detailed stuff, which I really like. Yeah, yeah, I really like that. Again, I just don't like when things feel extra stiff. This is why I'm so against of control seeing so much. And I tell you, hey, don't worry. Don't, try not to give a shit about your lines. Focus on the actual perspective of the things and everything. There are other artists who have to interpret and discuss with him on his concept arts. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, in the end, it's just to be honest, I don't like. Oh yeah, let me send you. Let me see if I can show you the guy, or I can type his Instagram or something. So early this year, I found on Instagram this guy that I that draws really good. He's from my from the same country as I am. It's this guy here. Let me show you my screen. This guy. He's Macario Art. If you want to look him up. And this guy, he does a lot of very detailed stuff, and he focuses a lot on perspective too, and the entire like concept and everything of like yeah, basically drawing drawing from memory, constructing things, and pretty much. I mean, this looks super complicated, like super detailed and everything, but um, he's basically just adding a bunch of detail, like making it seem very complicated. But in reality, if you break it down, it's not impossible. And I'm not saying this to like to downplay his skill or anything, but I think it's important to see this type of artist like Kim Jong Gi and to think, okay, this guy is good, but I understand how he does it. I understand it's not impossible. I understand that it boils down to perspective and to simple forms, simple shapes. And from that point, it's like, okay, just add the details that make everything seem more complicated than they actually are. But when you understand things to the core level, it's like, okay, it's not hard. Can you guys see the magma screen here? Oops, you can't see it. I hate OBS. Never really does what I want. Hmm. Yeah, you know what I hate about him, because I actually booked a call with him early this year. He didn't help me a lot. Like I was like in awe for like I when I looked at his drawings. And then eventually I kind of figured it out, and I was like, oh, okay, this is not hard. You know, it's not as surprising anymore now that once the all the magic is gone now because I know the secrets. And what I hate about him is that he doesn't post more often. He just stopped posting altogether at this point. He has a YouTube channel. He no longer posts. He posted like 3 videos, and now he's not posting, not even on his Instagram account. And I can't help but thinking, and again, I'm not shitting on him at all. I love the guy, but I think he's become a little bit complacent. And I'm like, bro, you should draw more. You should post more. This is why I'm doing this live streams, by the way, because this is like a very extreme way of me, like, saying or showing to the world, hey, I don't want to be complacent. I want to live to my potential, and I want other people to nourish from that too. Because when you don't live to your potential, when you have such an amount of talent or skill or knowledge about something, and you don't do all that's in your power to all that's in your control to improve and to keep practicing and show that to people and help people out, it's not. I feel like it's just a waste for everyone involved. I feel like you're doing a disservice to humanity by not giving the best version of yourself. So this is why I'm sacrificing some part of my mental health to give the best version of me. Maybe he's working on a project on a company making concept arts. Yeah, that is a possibility because he updated his like Instagram profile, and now it says AAA video game concept artist or something. So you're probably right. Now, I don't agree personally. That is the best way of going about things. I think you can make even more money by just being a YouTuber and helping people out. Yeah, artists do tend to sacrifice some parts of themselves in the love of art. I feel that art for me is so incredibly purposeful and important that what I always think is this is something that is above me. This is something that is above my comfort. This is not about me anymore. This is something bigger than me. This is bigger than my cravings for um, wasting time on social media or doing this or not putting in the work. I just can't help it. I am a slave to this in a good way. Like I know nowadays you say shit like this and people are like, "Oh, you're gonna get burned out. You're not enjoying art." I'm enjoying art more than everyone, more than anyone you know. I'm enjoying art more than that. Like I want to be the person who enjoys art the most. I think that's the real goal that we have to aim towards. And yeah, I don't get burnout. And again, I'm basically living for this. I'm just like, okay, I don't mind working my ass off in order to achieve this goal because this is bigger than me. I know this this little thing that I'm growing in 10, 20 years time is going to be so unfathomably huge that it's just not going to be an option not to do this. And I know I'm also, of course, I need to make a living somehow. I need to make a living somehow. Like, I need to make money to survive. I might as well just go all in with art. And by going all in, I mean doing what I'm currently doing. It is risky, it is scary, it is uncertain, but it is something that has to be done. I don't want to do commissions. Personally, I hate doing commissions. I hate working for other people. I hate um I would hate doing concept art even for like video games if I, in 20 years, I'm the best artist there is, I would still hate it no matter what it is. Like I would hate working for anyone and doing stuff that is just goes against my own will. For me, the best case scenario is, hey, I'm drawing whatever I want and I make money from it. That's it, right? And that is something that's going to also motivate you a lot and promote improvement. It's going to make you improve a lot faster because you're not stressed. You're not stressed. Oh, I want to draw this, but I have to do this work for other people first. For people that I don't even like, for people that I don't even respect. I have to draw whatever this guy tells me to draw, so I'm gonna do it. But I want to draw. I want to draw butt naked anime girls. No, no, no. But you have to draw this because it's your job. If you don't draw this for this guy or for this company, you're not eating tonight. I would hate that. And also, I love teaching art. I love helping people out, and I know I love breaking people's limited beliefs about this type of stuff. I love telling people, hey, this looks very hard, but in reality is not. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you how you can get to this point, how you can enhance your ability to observe things and visualize, how you can blah blah blah. This feels really purposeful. I can't imagine doing anything else that is not what I'm currently doing. I don't want to be doing anything else right now. If right now I do anything other than this, it will be more boring. It will just not feel as purposeful that I'm doing like a service to humanity, That's how I feel about it. And when you have such a contagious spirit and passion for art, people will notice. And if I'm not gonna be the best artist there is in my lifetime, at least I'm going to be the one that drew the most, the one that sacrificed himself the most. That's the goal, at least. That's the goal. I'm probably gonna change my mind sometime in the future. Maybe I get older and maybe I say, fuck it, I'm gonna get complacent. This isn't very. I don't feel like this is worth it anymore. Maybe I will absolutely master drawing and I will become the best artist in the world. And I'm gonna be like, whatever. It's kind of boring. Like I'm already so good. It's like, okay. I mean, who the fuck knows? Maybe I will dedicate to something else completely different in the future. I don't motherfucking know. I'm gonna keep practicing faces today. That's probably I really want to get good at that because if you can draw convincing looking faces, people will just look at the rest of the drawing and say, okay, fair enough. Like everything will look good by association. if your faces look good. So I'm just gonna keep practicing that for the remaining 9 hours. Whoa, it's already been almost 3 hours. Jesus Christ. How time flies. Alright, let's do this thing. Currently drawing Max in perspective. The hard surface makes it easier to learn when it comes to organic. I kinda fumble. Yeah. Oh, this looks like shit. This drawing, this face. So, yeah, I understand because I used to have that issue with drawing people drawing bodies and everything. It's like, how do you turn? Okay, I understand the concept of mannequins, but how do you go from the mannequin to the more organic shape? Like, how do you go from the super boxy mannequins? How do you turn that into like organic shapes? And that's what I was trying to figure out. And then I learned that you have to overload it. So there are two steps for learning how to draw something. Imagine you want to draw, you want to learn to draw a motor engine. How do you do it? You first learn the most basic structure without any detail. All right? And from that point, okay, I can draw the basic structure without any detail. Now I learn the smaller details from that point forward. And that is fairly easy. But when it comes to drawing organic shapes, like people, for example, you have to do the same thing, but you progressively have to turn the shapes into a little bit more organic forms. So you have to continue doing the mannequins. So imagine you have this mannequin that is level 1, like the mannequin I drew here. I always draw this as a warm-up first before doing anything else. This is level 1 mannequin. Now, how do you... I just... Let me... I'm going to go into like Sketchfab. Give me 1 second. There's this website called posemyart.com. If you're having trouble with people specifically, I would recommend this website. And look, hopefully this is not going to fuck up the live stream or anything. But look, you have, imagine you have this human, right? And you have also this human right here. This is the mannequin. This is the mannequin. So in order for you to turn this boxy mannequin into a more organic and realistic person, you have to see the progress as like a video game. So this is level 1. This is level 1 mannequin. Once you're able to draw this guy, once you're able to draw this fucker in any angle, what are you going to do now? You are going to make it a little bit less detailed and organic. You're going to slightly carve like the anatomy a little bit, which is not going to feel overly hard, right? So you're going to do something like this. You're going to go from this, you're going to turn this guy into this guy here. So this would be... wait, you can't see it. Can you actually see what I'm doing here? Okay. This would be level 2 mannequin or level 3, whatever you want to like, visualize it as. So this is level 1 and this is level 2. So it's like once you're able to draw level 1 from any angle, it's like congratulations. Now you unlocked level 2 mannequin. This is like your video game character, and you just unlocked a bit more detailed human, right? And then you start to study this guy, and once you're able to draw this guy from any angle, now, okay, you go from level 2 to level 5 or level 3. Let's say level 3 would be this guy probably. Not this guy, like this guy here. It's still a mannequin, but it has more organic shapes. No, wait, never mind. This would be level 3. And this would be like level 5. It's just a matter of you making, seeing things, progressively overloading the anatomy, if that makes sense. So it's like you start with level 1, level 2, level 3. And until you get to level 100, right? So the reason why you're probably messing up is because you're trying to go from 0 to 100 like it's nothing. You have to make progressively overload it. So you can level up one mannequin in 1 day. So for example, in 1 day you can go from this guy to this guy, as long as you fully know perspective, right? Which I'm sure you do. So it's like you go from this guy to this guy. Okay, then next level is, okay, this guy and this other guy here. You level it up until you're able to draw this guy, this big guy. You're able to draw the full anatomy And of course, you can combine a little bit of the anatomy too. You can uh, because in my case, it's like okay, you have different parts. You have the torso, you have the pelvis. Maybe I'm level 5 at drawing the torso, but I'm at level 2 of drawing the pelvis. So these things are kind of leveled up individually. So let's say, okay, I'm level 1 of drawing the head, but I'm at level 5 of drawing the torso, and I'm at level 3 of drawing the pelvis. And you have to progressively, level up these things. It's like a video game. It's like I'm trying to think of a good analogy. It's like imagine you have an armor in a video game, and it's like okay, you got the boots. The boots are level 1, but the helmet is level 5, and you want to keep progressively upgrading your gear until you get to this point. Hopefully that was insightful in some way. I mean, these are just like the mental notes that I take. There's this silly analogies. It's just okay. Yeah, you get this guy. Can you visualize this guy in any angle? It's like okay, draw it this angle, and then you can make it a little bit more detailed, and so on. All right, I think I'm going to try drawing more female faces, but I'm going to keep drawing faces for today. Really, again, I really want to prioritize anatomy. When you're good at human anatomy, it's like okay, from that point, everything else it becomes easier. Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully, I'll try to draw a little faster though. It's going to be like 5 6 hours, and I'm still gonna be left with a few faces. But yeah, again, that's what I'm also gonna look at a lot of reference. Like all of this so far, it's been I haven't been using any references, but I want to look at skulls and like arrowheads and try to take more mental notes. I think it all comes down to how many mental notes you take from all of these studies. Because again, it's not about just looking at these things. It's about making mental notes and then using remembering those mental notes in your mind when you're actually drawing it. Mm. Yeah, I was drawing the other day. I was drawing like gear, like sci-fi armor for like human bodies, and it was like okay, in order to draw like futuristic armor, for example, you need to know anatomy. You need to know how it kind of connects with the body and everything because it also has like the same structure. It's just like a torso, but it's just um like the front part of the torso, but you need to know what it looks like. Another artist I like is Pablo Uchida. Let's see, let me look him up. Yeah, I believe I've seen this guy. To be honest, I don't follow a lot of artists anymore. I don't think that's necessarily a good thing though, but I just don't consume Instagram anymore too much, and I don't follow new artists, a lot of new artists. His paintings are really good, by the way. Who knows? Maybe I'll come back to painting in a while. Have you seen Joji Shinkawa Luton's design? Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking at um his designs here. They look really nice. I'm a little pissed. Jesus Christ, the fucking Google algorithm is showing me a lot of AI stuff when I looked up his name. But yeah, I really like it. I mean, it's also really important to study some industrial um, designs and everything. That's also another thing I like about Sketchfab, that you have a lot of designs in 3D made by like people. They're very like sci-fi mechs and whatever, like drones, whatever like thing you can you want to like study, like cars, vehicles, all sorts of sci-fi, futuristic objects. Your paintings to give similar vibes to. I don't know how. I have been feeling a little bit weird about my paintings, to be honest. I don't think I should. When it comes to painting, I may go back to it eventually, to doing some digital paintings, and I think I should study more artists. I think my style, my art style, or the type of uh, combinations and I just don't think I have been experimenting around and being playful with my art style, and I think I should study more artists and get some inspiration from other people. Sometimes I do use AI art as a reference. Yeah, I don't think I don't think it would be a. I wouldn't trust AI too much on like for reference and everything, especially because a lot of AI. It may look good like at first glance, but most of what you're gonna find about um, yeah, what you're saying here that it's just going to be a lot of gibberish a lot of the times. But I don't know really. Viktor Antonov. I'm pretty sure I've seen this guy before. Let me check. No, never mind. Again, I don't follow a lot of concept artists. I don't know. I just don't like a lot of concept artists use a lot of. Sometimes they do like photo bashing, or they use like 3D. They go on Blender and kind of makes the like a 3D models and 3D things with their painting too. And I don't know. I just don't feel like that is super exciting. I just prefer to see the raw skill of the artist in real time. Mm, I'm going to try. Like I'm going to try drawing some all sorts of faces, more feminine faces, more simplified faces too. It is good to know how to simplify something and stylize very like um, not to rely too much on details to conceal some anatomical gibberish or some mistakes, because that is also really common. Like, okay, you overload the drawing with detail to kind of hide a little bit those mistakes. So I'll try to, and I think that's the ultimate test of you, to like show that you have understood something, how the way something works, which is just being able to simplify it. Oh yeah, I just didn't know what to do with the hand, so I just like okay, fuck it. I'm just gonna give him a gun. I need to study guns more. Jesus, I'm slacking off. Uh, yeah, you're right. Let me actually. Whoop. There, now it's fixed. I should just make this. Yeah, I understand. I actually should have drawn the other arm first, holding like the this part here. The issue is that I'm drawing super small. And that is a little bit more. Jesus Christ. This verse doesn't work when I'm drawing so tiny. It feels kind of weird. Canvas is super big. You have a visual library for hands. I mean, the secret is just to see hands to visualize them. Like hands are not particularly complicated once you understand them as understand the fingers as 3D forms, 3D shapes, like boxes. See, visualizing the fingers as boxes with like, you have like the three joints and everything is just like in 3D, following like the perspective. But it's the same thing, It's just the same thing I was talking about earlier about leveling things up. You got the level one hand. What is the level one hand? The level one hand is having a wait. The level one hand is having a box, just like the mannequin. You have a box, and then it's like you have the fingers. So there you have your hand. This would be level one. And then from this point, it's like, okay, how do you simplify it in this case? By um, connecting all the fingers together. So it's almost like a glove of some sort. No, not like the silhouette, but just like imagine that all the fingers are glued together to your hand, but you can still move them around, and instead of being like four separated shapes, each finger has a 3D form of its own, a 3D shape, and it can move individually. But if you glue your fingers together, now it's just one shape that you can that you can that you can fold and everything. You can feel it. Now this is horrible. It's a little tricky, but yeah, kind of like this, and then you have the fingers pointing towards you. Kind of like a boxing glove, if you can picture one, but it steals a 3D shape. Mitten. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. And then the way that you overload it is by separating the fingers together and understanding them as an individual, as each individual shapes. It does make it easier. Yeah. This is again like the mannequin. The same thing goes for the thumb. Everything is just a cylinder in this case. The fingers are just cylinders. Um, Looking at the screen, I really like the details you translated into lines. Yeah, I mean, those lines that you draw are not random. They are just for the sake of emphasizing the form. They're for the sake of course, they are a way of making things look more detailed, like a very quick way of making things more detailed. But it's just for emphasizing the form and you know the bones kind of coming out a little bit. So you know everything has a purpose. Some of the muscles. So none of these details are really random gibberish. That is, I think, important to understand. Shouldn't the index finger be slightly shorter than the middle finger? Yes, but I don't really give a fuck. I don't know. I think it just helps with the flow of the fingers like this. But yeah, it's like should be a little longer. This is why it kind of picks here and it goes like this. But I mean, whatever. You can kind of do whatever you want. The longer the index finger, the further you point. Yeah. And also trying to find an excuse to do contour lines in everything. And by contour lines, I mean the natural contour lines that you find in like anatomy and stuff in like the muscles. Doing contour lines for the sake of it is like a good visualization exercise. Like if I start doing this, for example, if I start doing contour lines like this, but I'm not doing them randomly in like random places just because. In this case, I'm following the joints of the fingers, and you can just see you have this natural contour lines, and emphasizing them is also really really fun and really useful. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, to make it less flat, you can turn a flat 2D. Let's say you have this hand, you can turn this flat hand into a 3D hand by adding contour lines. Like this. Oh wait, this sucks. It kind of works. Okay, surprisingly, we just reached the 4 hour mark, and I'm not tired. I didn't fall asleep, so that is such a great, huge improvement. I feel so proud of myself. But this is the time where I take a little break to look at references, and I'm just gonna be looking at some skulls, like human skulls. You sound quite tired. I mean, I am tired. I'm just not sleepy. I'm not tired enough that I'm gonna fall asleep right here and then. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is my break. Just maybe spending like 15 minutes looking at some reference or something. I think this is really necessary. Oh, thank you. I'm really, really happy to see that. All right, then. I'll be back in a hot minute. All right, man. Thank you. Thank you for sticking around. I appreciate it. Are other people allowed to join the magma? Well, so far I don't plan on making it public. Like, the only reason I'm really using magma right now is because I'm drawing on my iPad, and that's the only feasible way I can share it on live stream. Which, by the way, if you may not see me drawing a lot right now. I'm taking a little break to look at some references, to study stuff before to take a break from like actually drawing. Hello, what's up, new people? Hello, CNEP, CNEP K. That's nice. It is nice that YouTube is recommending this shit to other people. Um, I mean, thankfully, to everyone except my own followers, apparently. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Well, I am doing 12-hour live streams. Right. Like, this is something I started a few days ago, and so far I've been doing it every other day. But I want to do this like a daily thing, right? To keep myself accountable to draw every day and draw a lot. So far, it's been 4.5 hours. It helps to take breaks as well. Uh, I mean, I take breaks to yap a little with the people here. They ask me questions, and I can't really draw while I talk at the same time, so I just take a little break as to talk to people. I'm really trying to make this like a healthy thing. I'm trying to make this optimize it for it to be healthy. I don't want to be like I don't also want to do it in like the autistic way where I'm not healthy and I'm actually fucking up my health. So they should allow me to, okay, I'm finished doing the live streams, then I can go outside, I can do exercise, I can talk to people, I can I can cook my own food and eat healthy, and I can still get like 8 hours of sleep. Because of course, imagine if this was the only thing that I do, the only thing that I did. Yeah, touching grass. Because I'm kind of sick too of like people telling me, oh, this is unhealthy. Like, my philosophy is that, bro, if we are going to waste most of our day doing some random bullshit like scrolling on our phones or playing some random video game or watching this Netflix show, I might as well use that time that people usually waste to do something productive. And still people will shit on me for doing this. Oh, we had a blizzard last night. Whoa, Jesus Christ. Now it's all melting. It's currently so hot in here. Like, I can feel my blood physically boiling as we speak, and I can't just turn the fan off because it's going to make a lot of noise, a bunch of noise. I don't want that to be super annoying. Your style is immaculate and sublime. Thank you so much. Drawing with stiff fingers. Yeah, it's always best to be as relaxed as possible. Not even like because most people use grip the pen and like they press super hard on like the tablet and it's like their lines look super stiff and they can't be relaxed when they draw. You know what? I'm gonna turn the fan on. Please let me know if you hear it. Let me know if you can hear the fan or if you hear me any differently. I wouldn't recommend that, bro. My hands are sweating right now. My pen, but like my the Apple Pencil, it's just fucking disgusting. It's just filthy because of my sweaty hands. Wait, let me see. Can you hear the fan? I think you can barely hear it. I think you will mostly hear it when I speak. Yeah, when I talk. No, it is disgustingly hot in here. Have you ever done time figure drawings? Uh, I do mannequins. Like, well, I just warm up doing mannequins, like this boxy uh, anatomy thing. I mean, it's just for the sake of just getting my brain in the flow state of putting shapes on the canvas, and then from this point, I make like a more detailed body. but I don't like doing like gestures. I don't know if that's kind of what you mean, or using timers. Like I guess I just have my own rhythm, and it sometimes it's a little bit annoying to. I feel like I already draw at a very good pacing, where it's like I draw fast enough that I don't give a shit too much about my lines, but at the same time I draw slow enough that I can take care of the perspective and make it look right for the most part. Hmm. I've noticed a lot of people practice perspective but don't really study the rules of it. Yeah, I've seen people saying, "Oh yeah, like you can just do perspective intuitively. You don't have to put any right lines. Like you don't have to put any lines on the right places or anything." But yes, you kind of have to do that. I mean, you can learn perspective intuitively. I think that's a good thing. But using perspective intuitively is pretty much using the elements that you already have on the canvas, the lines that you already have as guidelines. So it's not that you stopped using guidelines. It's not that you are doing it completely, entirely out of intuition, because you're still using guidelines. You're still using the lines that you have as a guide. So you're not really guessing. You're estimating, and it doesn't have to be perfect. As long as it is like 85% accurate, your perspective is gonna be all right. You don't have to be 100% accurate, which it wouldn't hurt, but you don't really have to. Do you think sharing your art in social media helps with consistency, motivation? I've never really posted my art anywhere before, and I've heard of artists saying they lost their motivation because of social media. Well, that's very specific. It depends on how you do it. Personally, I don't think posting on Instagram will motivate you. Like if you only post, um, oh yeah, I post my paintings every now and then, or my drawings, whatever. Because to be honest, most people don't care. It sounds a little like awful, but that's just true. Most people wouldn't really give a fuck if you stop posting. They would just be like, "Oh, this guy. It's been a while since I see him post," you know. But it's not really gonna keep you motivated or accountable either. But for example, like take a look at what I'm doing. I'm doing this 12-hour long live streams, just drawing stuff, drawing whatever, because I want to I want to become consistent at this. I'm I'm broadcasting it. You know, I'm telling the world, hey, I'm doing this because I already have a community, right? It's different when you have a community of people and they kind of people expect you to upload now, and I'm saying out loud, hey, look, I'm doing this. I'm gonna stick to my word, and you know, it would be pretty embarrassing if I said, look, I have this huge goal. I'm gonna draw for 12 hours a day, and I end up not doing it. You know, I'm gonna feel like shit. I'm gonna feel like, okay, I'm not really living to my potential here. Yeah, I'm mostly doing these live streams for myself. These live streams are like, I don't care if I get zero views, zero like people watching me. It's just for the sake of, okay, I have this goal, and you know, I know that if I try doing this by myself, I'm I'm gonna get very distracted. So I'm just going to do this, and I might, you know, I might as well just share it with people, live stream it, because I plan on doing this anyway. So you know, I might as well just record it, and I also have a lot of content that I can use later for making videos. So yeah, it keeps me accountable. Hopefully, it keeps other people accountable too. It's really nice. You like interrenting and teaching art? You mean like interacting? I've been watching your recent YouTube videos. Because half of my videos now is just me ranting about something, um, or just talking about my personal development as an artist. Because I think most, well, probably not most people, and that's the point. A lot of people will relate to me struggling to draw every day, and it's like, okay, here are my struggles. Here's how I overcame these things. So the people who kind of feel identified with that and can relate will, you know, connect to a deeper level with the advice that I give. And of course, I'm also having, I want to have like multiple sections in my channel, or multiple types of content that I post. So I want to do the live streams, you know, raw, unedited live streams where people can join and can ask me questions and talk to me, and also, um Also, videos where I can help people with the actual fundamentals and all the boring stuff. And another section where I can just talk about whatever I want and just be myself, I guess. Because I know most people are not going to watch live streams. Most people, probably don't really care too much. So I still have to post videos because I still want new people to watch the channel and to watch the YouTube videos that I post. Is there any specific goal you wanna reach, or just improving in general? Well, yes, I want to improve. I mean, who wouldn't want to improve, really? I I'm not sure. Like, yeah, basically, just being. I want to be a great artist. I want to be able to draw a lot of things, and most importantly, remain consistent. Hey guys, I'm back, but I'm gonna be going. Oh crap! I also love your style. No, don't go. Merry Christmas, everyone. Thank you for sticking around. Yes, sir. Thank you. Yeah, I was wondering. Whoa, there aren't a lot of people here. Where did the people go? But it's still Christmas Eve, so there isn't going to be a whole lot of people hanging around today, especially this early. Or I just fell off and I'm just making up excuses. I fell off and I'm making up excuses so my ego doesn't get hurt. Well, I said I was gonna draw a lot of faces, so I'm gonna draw a lot of faces. There's still 7 hours of drawing more faces. So I'll probably be able to draw 7 faces because of how fucking slow I'm drawing. Currently. I need to get my speed up. Yo, bro, what's up? Finally, more people are joining the live stream. I thought I fell off. I got a little scared for a second. Uh, fuck, I'm tired. I'm also back to. Yeah, yeah. Of course, the idea is that you guys stick around and just like. Of course, I'm not expecting you to watch me draw for 12 hours straight. The idea is that you draw alongside me and actually join the grind. It's not about making good drawings or anything. I'm not expecting to draw a masterpiece. Like for me, that's indifferent. That is indifferent. I don't care. I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna draw whatever. I'm just gonna draw regardless of the results of the like the final result, whether it's good or bad, because it will eventually like the important part is that I stick to it regardless of the result, that I'm able to remain consistent. Because if I remain emotional and I let the results dictate how I'm gonna feel or how much I'm gonna draw, I'm just like, oh no, I have a today I have a bad drawing day. Today kind of sucks, so I'm not gonna keep drawing. Well, I have no choice. I have to keep drawing because I'm live streaming, and people already expect me to stay until the 12-hour mark. And also, yeah, fuck, I don't know how to draw a cup from this angle. Hey everybody, what's good? I know we just reached the peak of the concurrent viewers, but I'm gonna head off for a while. I'm gonna take a break for like 15 minutes. I'm sorry I'm letting you down. I'm a complete failure. No, but seriously, I need just a little bit of rest. Just a tiny bit, 15 minutes. That's all I need. I've been drawing nonstop already for nearly 6 hours. It's been 5 hours and 40 minutes. Honestly, it hasn't been bad at all. I feel like I have been drawing for like 2 hours, not six. Before going to take a little nap, let me open up Cold Turkey. Like I have this website, this program called Cold Turkey, and no, it's not even burnout. I don't feel burnout at all. Never. I never get burnout. I'm just tired because I'm sleep deprived because I barely slept. I barely slept last night. Actually, this is why I haven't been posting daily the like the live streams. I've been doing it every other day because I'm still getting used to the schedule and to wake up uh, early and go to bed early too. But I'm not getting burnout. I don't want anyone to think that I'm getting burnout. I'm just tired. Like those are two different things. I swear. You get a know the difference. Because I still want to draw, but it's like my brain is just shutting down. So I can go into like this program called Turkey, and it's gonna tell me exactly how long I have been drawing. Oh wait, no. Edge. What is it? Wait, give me 1 second. Microsoft Edge browser. Microsoft Edge. It's not telling me. Oh wait, never mind. I think I can just do this. msh.exe. Okay. 4 hours. That's crazy. Oh wait, I think no, that could be right. 4 hours out of nearly 6 hours. That's not a whole lot, but um, I think it's not showing the accurate numbers because again, right now you see me drawing. I'm drawing on my iPad. I'm not actually drawing on my computer. I'm drawing on my iPad because it's just more comfortable in my opinion. Right now, it just feels more comfortable, so I'm drawing on my iPad. Anyways, I'm gonna let my iPad also charge a little bit because it's kind of dying. Like I have it plugged to the electricity, and it's still the battery's still going down. The numbers, fucking things, still just draining. I'm just gonna. All right, guys, I'll be back. I can't believe people are here. Can you guys believe I was dreaming? I had the weirdest fucking dreams. I was dreaming that I was, that I was doing a live stream, and that I got up and I was continued doing the live stream. But yeah, the fucking alarm didn't go off. What the fuck? It did, but it didn't. It didn't make a sound. Oh my god! Slept for so long. I mean, fair enough. At least I got that a little taken care of. I sleep, but I'm surprised there are like a decent amount of people here waiting me to come back. Bro is actually sleeping. Yeah, I was. Yep, I feel a little better now. Again, I was just at I managed to get to that point where I was like, I was about to fall asleep on my desk, and I had the weirdest dreams. Like, why do you always have the weirdest dreams when you nap? Like on the when you take a nap on like the afternoon. They're always so vivid. I had okay. Let's continue drawing. At least my iPad got charged a little bit. Never mind, it didn't even fucking work. My charger is all messed up. Like if you look at the charger of my phone, it is literally it is all peeled off. You can see the exposed cables and it's all green because of like the mold, I think. So when I'm trying to charge my phone or the iPad, sometimes it doesn't even work. It's just like ugh. I'm just going to keep drawing faces, I guess. I want to be the best person ever at drawing faces. Bro, yes. Wait, can you not see the live stream? Is it still on? Alright. I need to get my shit together. I can't continue doing this, like, taking naps in between, like, uh, mid live stream. This is not very productive. Hello, Rana. Ironically, I get more people watching me if I don't do anything and I just take naps. Yeah, it's funny though. Can you draw Gorasu from Naruto? I have no idea who that is. No clue. I don't watch. I never really watched Naruto or any like puppet. Nope, nope. No, I don't know who that is. I'm trying to draw some puppets, but I have to. I really have to construct them to look good. But I don't understand the puppet thing. Isn't that supposed to be like an anime with anime characters and pointy chins? What do you mean a puppet? Yo, what's up? How are we, people? Are you sketching something in particular or just draw daily practicing? I am right now. I'm practicing faces because the last live streams that I've done, I have been mostly doing like the human anatomy and bodies, but I'm mostly focusing on drawing faces from imagination and drawing human skulls or starting from like human skulls and probably going to practice drawing like a Zaro heads or something. Yeah, today I'm practicing. I'm focusing it more on faces. Hello. Okay, the live stream just went to shit. I had to restart it. I think it was lagging because the stream health was poor. I'm gonna draw some Macero heads. I think I understand Skull's very fairly okay. I mean, you can never fully understand something. There's always things that you can learn even from like the stuff you've been observing. There's always something new that you can learn. But I don't know. I think I should move to doing like its arrowheads or something. I don't know what how to continue overloading this. I guess I just had to be like very critical of my mistakes because when it comes to drawing faces, there are basically two things that you gotta pay attention to. The first thing is the first thing is the structure of the face, which is basically keeping in mind the bones and the planes of the face, like not only because of course you have the bones, but then you have the muscles of the face, and that also creates like the planes and everything that changes the planes. So it's important to keep all that in mind and the proportions too. So that would be like the main principle thing that you have to take care of when you're trying to draw any face. And of course, just like any other perspective, object in perspective, you have to respect the perspective of the all the facial features and everything. If you pay attention, they follow like this perspective. They follow this perspective lines basically. where it's like everything is just, I don't know how to explain it. Right, this is your job to learn, to learn this aspect of perspective. But the face has perspective, and it is important not to neglect it and draw the face super flat. I think this is the issue with people who are trying to draw anime faces, that they, since the anime faces don't have a lot of planes, it is difficult to visualize the perspective. But you should always do it. And then you have the facial features, things like the facial features that also do have their own perspective, but these are more like stickers. These are more like stickers, like the, I don't know, the way that you're gonna draw the eyes or the nose. You know, these things that kind of dictate how stylized the face is going to be. Those things you can change them as much as you want. You can make them more detailed, like more realistic, less realistic. Because these things are like stickers once the overall structure of the head is already established. So it's like the less important part, but at the same time, it's also really important because that is what's going to somewhat determine your style. Guys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna take a shit. Since I have my iPad, I can still drawing, and I will still drawing. Although I don't know if you'll be able to see it because the the camera is kind of locked in place. Anyways, I'll be back. What's up, guys? I'm back. How are we all? What is good, everyone? I'll try to draw another engine. I don't particularly like drawing engines, but it's a fun challenge. I'm not gonna use a reference, but uh, well, I mean, I have this one here that is fairly close, like this drawing to. I'm gonna try drawing with the mouse, with the my computer mouse. I'm charging my Apple Pencil. I'm going to take a hot minute to think like poses and everything before I draw. That is always extremely helpful. I guess a good thing that I can do whenever I want to draw like a body, a detailed body. I'm going to visualize the the body in my mind as best as I can. I'm going to draw a mannequin, and then I'm going to draw like next to it maybe the more detailed body, with more complex anatomy, because it's just easier. And even just the mannequin really helps you to understand the pose and to know where to put things. Like when you draw the mannequin, it's not about the mannequin itself, but it's about what you like. You're able to fill in like the gaps in your mind. You're able to complete the mannequin in your mind and make it detailed in your mind. You're able to visualize the chest or the rib cage like inside of the box, and then the abdomen and the pelvis. You're able to visualize these things inside of the mannequin without even having to draw it. So this will allow you to draw a very simple mannequin, and that would be enough for you to know, oh, okay, this should be here. Have you drawn characters from your favorite movies before? No, not really. Not really. I think I don't watch any movies really. Maybe I would like maybe if I watch it Netflix or anything, I would try to at least remember probably not the characters themselves, but more about the scenarios, you know, and the poses and everything. Because if you can remember, imagine you watch a movie where the characters are sat on a coffee shop or something. They're sat in like doing something very specific. Maybe it's like an action movie and uh they're running around or something. It is easier to memorize or to recall the mental image of the character doing that if you can remember the scene, if you can try to remember the scene, and you can then remember the pose, and then you can materialize it, you can translate it onto a canvas. So to answer your question, not really, but yeah, mostly because I don't really watch any movies. Some may call me a boring person, but I don't care. I guess I'm just gonna keep practicing this exercise of drawing a mannequin in a. So there are three steps for this exercise that I usually came up with 5 minutes ago, which is taking an entire minute to think about like a pose. Okay, I think I sit down for a minute with my eyes closed and I try to visualize the pose in my mind. Okay, then I translate that onto the canvas through the mannequin to through a basic mannequin, very basic mannequin, and then after that I draw another body with more complex anatomy and with actual with more details. It is fun. It is fun for practicing a little bit of everything. I don't know if I'm gonna keep drawing faces at this point. I find drawing from imagination so hard, but I guess it's just a matter of practicing it. Well, you see, it is hard. Like if you find it hard, you're probably not studying perspective as much as you should. You probably should study more perspective. And I say probably because there is a chance that you tell me, "Oh yeah, I'm already good at perspective. I already know perspective, and I don't have any issues visual drawing things in any perspective." But when it comes to memorizing things or actually knowing what things look like, that's when I fumble. And that also comes down to your brain and to trying to be more mindful on remembering things in general. So whenever you look at something, you want to try to remember that. You want to really observe and take the time to observe that thing. So it's just not looking at something for the sake of observing. You know, for just mindlessly look at something, you're not gonna learn anything. But if you decide to like, okay, I'm gonna consciously take a mental screenshot of this object and I'm gonna save it on my visual library. You know, like imagine you're outside and you see something cool and you want to take a photo of it, but you know you take out your phone, you open the camera app, but you never take the photo, so it never saves onto your like in your gallery. How do you expect to save any photos if you're not taking like the if you're not taking any photos? I mean, I know this is a bit of a weird analogy, right? But you gotta be studying things mindfully, pretty much. I find imagining a certain pose, for example, pretty hard. But have you studied perspective? Like, have you practiced perspective enough that you feel like that shouldn't be the bottleneck in this case? That you feel that like that shouldn't be the issue? Because if you haven't practiced perspective, which when I say practicing perspective, I just basically mean just practicing drawing a bunch of boxes. Yeah, 100%. That's the problem that you have. 100%. That's the issue. Because perspective is not only like a drawing fundamental; it's something that's gonna help you visualize things in your mind and rotate things. It may not really seem like it, but it's really game changing. It's like the concept that you have of drawing changes entirely once you learn perspective. It is a complete different thing. Yeah, that's literally the only thing that you should be practicing, basically. So let me tell you, you should draw a bunch of boxes and practicing like the very standard shit. Like, okay, you are drawing, you visualize the eye level or you draw it, and then you draw a bunch of boxes and cubes everywhere and cylinders, and you play around with drawing boxes in different eye levels with multiple vanishing points and whatnot. And you should be practicing that for at least a year, maybe even less if you're really putting the work. But one from 1 to 2 years is what's really going to take you to master perspective. What's up, Chris? So yeah, 1 to 2 years of practicing. Look, I know it's not very exciting. I know it will. It would be cooler for me to tell you, oh, you just have to. You just have to like biohack your brain or some shit. But it's just learning perspective for a few years, and that is going to develop you the way that you draw, the way that you um, interact with the canvas, pretty much, and also visualizing things. But that's a good thing. Like once you at least know how things work, there's only so many mistakes that you can make after that. There's so many things you can fuck up after you know what to practice, because perspective is literally the only thing that you should be practicing. I don't know what your drawing habits look like. As in, I don't know how you practice drawing. I don't know what the concept of practicing drawing is for you. And if you don't mind telling me, I would genuinely like to know, because I'm biased, uh, because I'm already like I have already brainwashed myself so much that I don't really know what like normal people how normal people approach art. Yes, again, drawing perspective and practicing drawing boxes in perspective is not particularly hard. It's not really hard. It is even a little fun, but it is something that is very repetitive and it can get a little boring. And you might think, oh, this is not very helpful. this is pointless. This is not doing anything. Because let me tell you how I used to practice drawing, or the way that you shouldn't practice drawing. So you can't study anatomy if you don't know perspective. And this is so important, and I'm kind of pissed that nobody really talks about this in such a like a clear way. Nobody tells you this. If you try studying anatomy, let's say you try to study the human anatomy, human body, or the anatomy of whatever, like a motor engine, like a car engine, whatever it is. You try learning anatomy. If you don't know perspective, it's gonna be for nothing. It's gonna be completely pointless. It's gonna be completely pointless. You're not going to feel that you've learned anything, and it's going to be like, oh yeah, anatomy, yeah, like a little vague of a concept, right? To study anatomy, it's just to draw a bunch of bodies, but you're not really learning anything. How do you know you're learning anything? Because you can draw that from imagination. That's the point of doing studies, to draw them from imagination later, and being able to keep adding more details and draw with more accuracy. And if you're unable to do that, that means you're doing something wrong. And chances are, well, you already told me you weren't studying perspective enough, but that is the reason. You should study perspective a lot more. It should be your main focus. And the good thing is that after you're done studying perspective, after you graduated from studying perspective, you can it's going to be so well integrated into your mind that you're not going to have to think about it most of the time. It's going to be pure intuition. And then that's going to allow you to focus purely on learning anatomy. And that's when you're going to learn for real. That's when it's going to make sense. That's when it's going to click. And that's when you're going to see actual progress. And you're going to be like, holy shit, I improved more. In these last 2 months, I improved more than I did in the last 2 years. You're going to see progress. It just takes a little bit of time, and it takes a little bit of trust. You have to go past the stage of learning perspective and not really feeling like you're improving, because once it clicks for you, then that's when it's going to be like, oh, okay, it was all worth it all along. I'm gonna start preaching this. But yeah, hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully that was insightful. Because I'm so pissed. Like I used to, of course, I would neglect perspective a lot. I used to think perspective was a boring fundamental, like a very pointless fundamental, and I was like, all of those boring things, like fundamentals that don't really make you improve all that much. I thought I could just raw dog it and just do it intuitively. Like, oh yeah, I'm that guy. I can do it. I can draw like this. But in reality, what I was doing, or the only thing that I was able to do, was to copy other people's work and do it in a mediocre way, by the way. So I was just like I would go on Pinterest and I would copy other people's art, and I would feel kind of disappointed because it was like, oh yeah, this is pretty cool, but you know, uh, just a copy. I can't post this anywhere, and I don't feel like I improved by doing this. But the real deal is to be able to come up with your own stuff, which take less time than you think. It's just that people don't give it priority or just don't know the steps. So it takes them years, if not decades, to figure it out if they ever even do it in the first place. So yeah, I was just copying a lot of since the very beginning. What I was doing is just copying a bunch of anime, drawings from other people. And let me tell you something. Like I always thought that my drawing skills were lagging so much. I used to think I would think that okay, I'm very good at painting. I'm very good at I'm very decent. Like I improved my skill a lot in painting, but my drawing skills are so like far behind, or are lacking so much. I'm not improving. I would be embarrassed if somebody asked me to like see my drawings or to draw something because I just don't really know how to draw. Even though I have been drawing for years, I have been doing it wrong, so wrong in fact that I don't know how to like. I just I would be very reluctant if somebody asked me to show them my drawings because it's just embarrassing. Imagine, oh yeah, these are copies from other artists because I don't know how to draw, you know. And I mean, I think we all started like this. I don't think there is like a single person who said, oh yeah, I know how to start. I know how to like perfectly improve my art right away, day one of drawing, and I'm already studying perspective, and yeah, I know how to come up with my own drawings and with my own poses and everything. I don't think anyone really uh, was able to um, do that on their very first attempt, unless you like take notes and you take like coaching, for example, from someone like me, for instance, who's gonna tell you, hey, do it this way. If you try doing it like this, you're gonna fuck up. Do it this way. Also, you shouldn't have any issues visualizing things. Visualizing things like you're probably in your bedroom right now. Imagine somebody. Imagine like a top down like you're looking at your bedroom from like above the eye level, and you are looking around your bedroom, and you can just move around, and you know you can probably imagine someone sitting in your bed or yourself, for instance. So it is also like a muscle that you can train. So at first it will feel like, oh, okay, I'm not very good at visualizing things, but then eventually it's like, okay, now it's not that complicated, and I now I can actually use my all the information that I have kept on my visual library. I had this weird feeling today where I saw brushstrokes inside of my head every what I watched. I get the Tetris effect vaguely with things like this. The Tetris effect. I forget what that was, but that's crazy. I used to when I remember when I was starting out with drawing. Oh Jesus! I'm sorry. I jump scared you. Um, I remember the first few months or the first few years that I was getting into drawing and I was really into it. I was literally dreaming that I was drawing. Like uh, I was dreaming that I was in like a white canvas and I saw lines kind of materializing on the canvas in my dream. It was like a very brief like sequence of a dream, but I always thought it was pretty cool. Like it happened multiple times. Yeah, but whenever I go outside and I'm in like observation mode, you know how in Minecraft you can there is like a setting to turn on the hitboxes. So imagine in Minecraft there is a setting that I don't know, you press like a shortcut or something and you can suddenly see the hitboxes of things. I started seeing this in real life. Or I trained myself to see hitboxes in real life. When do something a lot, I always see it in my mind, especially when I go to sleep. Yeah, it's the same thing for me. For some reason, it is the moment right before, like falling asleep when I'm drifting off to sleep. I see better. I can visualize better. Like the images are so clear. It's like my visualization skills improve by 30% when it's like nighttime and I'm going to bed. It is a good thing to visualize Minecraft hitboxes. Your brain will naturally start to see them. It is really cool. I always get the best ideas when I'm going to sleep. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I am a very Jesus. I really need to get my shit together. Like talking about sleep and drawing. I need to because honestly, the reason why I'm going to bed so late is because I'm drawing. I'm not even taking the piss. Like yesterday, I spent the most of the day drawing, and I was like, oh, I want to go to bed, but I need to go to bed, but I want to keep drawing. And I'm like fucking dumbass. You're gonna draw for 12 hours tomorrow, like in a few hours. If you don't go to sleep, you're only gonna sleep for like 3 hours. So you just go to sleep now and draw tomorrow. You will have more energy. But I'm an idiot, and I just got. Let me finish this. So I might have been addicted to drawing. I might be kind of addicted to drawing at this point. I'm like, okay, I can't stop even if I wanted to. I'm just like, um, you mean you wanted to draw after doing the 12 hours? I mean, like, at night before going to sleep, I I just draw like a lot of the times. Well, especially yesterday because I didn't do the live stream. Oh, I haven't slept since yesterday, and I have made 4 portraits in 14 hours. I really don't recommend that. I'm being an absolute moron when I tell you this because it's not healthy. It's not a healthy thing to not sleep because we have like the drawing is a very brain demanding activity, and even if we manage to stay awake, our brain is not going to function to its best. It's going to function very poorly if you don't take good care of your sleep. So ideally, I'm going to bed at 7 or 8 p.m. That is like my goal. 7 p.m., 8 p.m., I'm already sleeping. So I can wake up at 3 a.m. and I can record the live streams. But I have been going to bed a little like later than that. That's why I have been so tired and taking naps throughout the live stream. Yeah, it's super early because I want to wake up super early. So here's the thing, I need to do these very early, so I have the time to do the other stuff. I have to I finish the live stream at 3 p.m. So then I can go outside. Things are open, like the stores are open, and I don't go to the gym at like 9 p.m. Because I can go early and do my usual stuff. Don't you have school or work? Well, this is my job. So far, like I'm expecting to make good money from this. Just because I have no other option. And even if I don't, even if I'm don't make any money, I don't give a fuck. I still prefer to be broke but fulfilled. But I'm making some money out of like mentorships. And now, I just want to go all in with art and eventually see how it pays off. It is hard, but it is hard though. It is scary. It is risky. It is uncertain that I'm gonna get the results that I want. But I'm doing it anyways because that is better than not risking it. That is better than saying, "Ah, no, I'm gonna work a shitty job, so I don't have time for doing anything. I don't have time for drawing." And even though I don't study, I don't work aside from this. Like this is my job. This is working. I'm working right now. I am, I also upload to YouTube and stuff, and I have very healthy habits. Like I'm not like a loser, scrolling 5 hours a day on 4chan or Instagram or Reddit. I don't know. I take good care of my mental health. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I think more people should be more ambitious. What do you offer in your mentorship? I'm offering like the entire mentorship. I used to do painting mentorships. Like the content of the channel used to be based on painting. But now I decided that I'm not gonna do that anymore. I was like, okay, fuck it. I'm going to go all in drawing from imagination, studying things and understanding perspective and everything, because I think this is the real deal. And you know, it turns out that this is not very complicated, but people don't know this. People don't like I had to, through my unemployment, I figured out so many things that I've seen zero people explain or share on YouTube or in these art tutorials. So I'm basically telling you all the very deep things that I learned. I'm teaching you how to implement these tricks into your own art, because it's something that, bro, if nobody fucking tells you, I will. I'll tell you how to do it. And of course, like, the mentorship is for mostly two things. The first thing is to help you implement um, all of these tricks and all of these elements that as some sort of shortcut to apply that into your own art, into your own drawings, without you having to be talented, without you having to have photographic memory. Even if you're brain dead, you can still do this. And this is what I find to be so baffling. And I'm like, bro, I wanna teach this to people. I want to help people out with this. So that's basically what I'm offering in my mentorship. And also, I'm offering you accountability. I'm offering you the opportunity to go all in, just like I did, just like I'm currently doing, like you're seeing me doing here. Bro, it's been exactly 11 hours. I have been recording today for exactly 11 hours. Um, this live stream, just drawing and talking here. And I'm offering you accountability and help to, just work harder towards your goals, towards this thing, because most of the things that are going to hold you back, even if you are a ridiculously skilled artist, even if you're talented or anything, is your productivity. Is that you waste most of your time doing bullshit, and you don't have anyone that tells you, "Hey, stop doing this. Why are you not drawing?" Like, I want to see people getting consistent too, like I'm doing here. This is also the point of, doing this live streams. And I understand most people are not able to do live streaming because, I don't know, they don't want, or they don't have, like, I don't know, I probably don't have enough audience to keep themselves accountable to pursuing um, that endeavor, or whatever thing, whatever excuse. It's relevant. But I'm here to help you with that too. And you can just tell, like, bro, you can just tell that I'm doing this so passionately, even though I'm sleep deprived, even though I have been drawing for almost 12 hours and I'm tired as fuck. So yeah, it's just basically yeah, thanks. What I offer in my mentorship is basically an art mentorship where I, help you improve your art, but on steroids. And having the clear path that, people want, like the actual shortcut that, well, I wouldn't say shortcut, really, there's no shortcuts, but it's just like the clear information, no bullshit, no wishy-washy, like all these fucking YouTubers teach you, just doing their videos just because they want clicks. Yeah. And this is not for everyone, by the way. This is not for everyone. Like, my mentorship is not for the average person who is fine scrolling on TikTok, 6 hours. You know, like the type of person who you see in the supermarket waiting in line and they're scrolling on their phones because they can wait for fucking 5 minutes without having to needing like a hit of dopamine, like a fucking monkey. It is ridiculous, and I know I sound like an asshole. I'm being offensive here, but it's the truth. Hmm. I'm currently learning to draw crows as branding for my new YouTube channel. Oh, that's really cool. Do you draw animals sometimes? Yeah, sometimes I draw animals. It's just not my focus right now. My main focus to practice that. Like I want to get better at drawing animals first. It's like imagine that learning to draw things is like leveling up like a video game skills. For some reason, I like the analogy of seeing these things as leveling up Call of Duty, like weapons in Call of Duty. So it's like uh, you may have one gun at level 100 and another gun that is kind of, you know, you're not going to use that gun too much. You may have it at level 5 instead of level 100. So you got the AK-47. Okay, that's level 100. You got the this little random pistol that you're not going to use a lot. It's like, okay, I'm gonna level up the M4 first before leveling up this little pistol. And the end goal in this case is to level up all of the guns, which to drawing would translate to memorize everything, every single object there is. Although, of course, there are more things who are more like obvious to learn. You know, it's more convenient to learn how to draw an animal or a person than, I don't know, a nuclear reactor or something. You know, there are things that are more useful or that you will be using more, drawing more often. Although I'm learning mostly human anatomy, I'm still making observations. Like when I go outside and I see an animal, I see a dog, or when I'm petting my cat, I'm like understanding like their anatomy, and you know I'm touching them, feeling their bones and everything. It sounds a little a little autistic, but you get the point. It really helps, even though I'm not drawing them. And even though you know I'm not drawing a lot of animals, because I'm drawing human anatomy, that is also going to be very useful, and that is going to indirectly train, like help me out with that. Are the drawings you post on Instagram just your style, or do you not finish them? I don't know if I should be offended by that. No, I'm just kidding. It is a combination of both, basically. Um, I would say it's my art style, but yeah, sometimes I'm just too lazy to finish a painting, or I'm like, it's gonna look better if I just keep it at this stage. You know, that's how you should do painting. What you do is you lazy out. Yeah, you say, I'm too lazy to finish this. I'm just gonna say it's my art style. I'm just gonna say, oh no, it's like people who suck at drawing anatomy, and they're like, okay, I'm terrible. I'm dog shit at drawing anatomy, so I'm just gonna say this is my art style. Oh, bro, it's my personal style. Hmm. I was just wondering because they do look good, but it also feels like something's missing. Yeah, the way that people have described my art style, which I do agree, it's a very good way to see it. Is that they look kind of scary, but in a good way. Like, I always aim for this uncanny valley type of vibe, where the values are always looking accurate, and I'm worried about them making like the values being accurate, but at the same time, it has very low detail. So you create this like uncanny valley effect. I personally really like it. I think it's better and more fun than just fully rendering something and adding so much detail that it's like, it looks kind of stiff. Does Magma have any special feature? Yes, you can draw with more people. That is the main thing. That is the main thing that makes this special. But the reason I'm using it today is because of a very specific reason. Because I've been wanting to draw with my iPad because I get a little tired, or not tired, but I just wanted to switch a little bit from my usual tablet, like my non-screen desktop tablet. So I wanted to draw on my iPad, but I can't really do live streaming on my iPad, or I don't know how to do it. So what I my idea was that I would just screen record my browser like this, and I'm joining the same canvas on my iPad. So I'm drawing on my iPad, but it's registering here on my computer as well. Hopefully, it's not super annoying to watch when I'm drawing like this. Maybe like because of the I mean because of the like this thing, like the name tag, or maybe there's like delay or something. Does it lag on browser? No, it doesn't. I mean, it's fairly, uh, it's very real time. I'm gonna make a brushstroke. Well, no, I don't think that's gonna work very well. I mean, yeah, it's like 1 second after I make the brushstroke, half a second, and it's already like on the canvas. It doesn't really lag. Like the reason why I don't use it on my computer is because my tablet doesn't work very well like on this software. Yeah, because of software issues. It's like the pen pressure is kind of shit on my actual tablet. So on iPad it's a little bit more optimized, it's a little bit better. So it feels really nice. I wish I could share like my Procreate screen or something, but I mean this works very nice. I like it. I wouldn't really change that much. But I had been doing it on Photoshop, like for the first live streams were done in Photoshop. I do sketching, line art on Clip Studio Paint. I use Photoshop only for rendering, painting. I use Photoshop for everything basically. Now, to be fair, I do use many like different softwares depending on the art style that I'm gonna be doing or something. It really depends. So, for example, yeah, I mostly do both my drawing and painting on Photoshop, even with the same brush. I will always use like the default brush, and I will use that brush for both painting and drawing. I think it works very nicely. But I would use. I never really liked Clip Studio Paint too much. It's a good software, but I don't know. It's just not my. Or Krita. I tried Krita and I didn't like the UI. Photoshop is very reliable. The UI is very nice. It's very customizable. I also use Procreate. Like if I'm gonna draw outside, let's say I'm going on a trip or I'm going to like a cafe or something, and I want to bring my iPad. I'm drawing in Procreate, and I have a brush in Procreate that is basically this exact same brush. It behaves exactly the same. It just has a little bit more of a size jitter, so you can make very thin, super thin brush strokes, and then you can make huge like brush, just like a brush pen basically. And I also use, this is a little goofy, but I use Microsoft Paint sometimes when I feel like aiming for a somewhat like specific particular art style. When I'm painting, even for drawing, Microsoft Paint is not horrible. Like you have, um, let me actually open it up just to show you guys. Because you have really nice brushes in there. I'm not even being ironic. Let me show you my screen. Do you draw on traditional? Yeah, I draw on traditional sometimes, but it's like whatever. I mean, just because I have my iPad, I just prefer to draw on my iPad because I can then save my artwork in my computer. Because if I draw on traditional, it's like I have to carry a bunch of shit on my back in my backpack. Um, and my sketchbook is really small, and I just prefer to have like the Procreate brushes and everything. Let me show you my my Microsoft Paint, like the brushes that you have in there and everything. Window, capture, paint. All right. I think you can see it. Opinions on drawing in pen versus pencil. Uh, I mean, for me, it's like whatever is the same thing. Like, what changes is the art style a little bit. Like the if you draw with a brush pen or with a pen, like a ballpoint pen, or with a pencil. I mean, your lines are not going to change, or your drawing skills are magically going to improve all of a sudden because you changed the tool that you're using. So let me reiterate something about drawing on traditional versus digital, for example. If you feel like you draw better on traditional than digital, or vice versa, you feel like, oh, I draw better on digital than on traditional, whenever I draw on traditional, I can't make things look good or anything, then you're doing something wrong. Like it should be the same thing basically for all that you do. You shouldn't feel like you're better in one medium than you are in another. What I don't like too much about Microsoft Paint is that it's a little bit, it lacks a little bit. It's not very smooth, but the brushes are not bad at all. I mean, maybe if I got the Microsoft, like the Windows 11 version of Paint, it wouldn't be as bad. But look, you have pen pressure and everything, so this would be just like a brush pen. You can make very thin brush strokes, and then you can. Yeah, that goes. It's really nice. It's really nice. Really nice, people. And you have like a pixel brush. It's like as long as you can draw boxes, you can draw anything. This is the watercolor brush, I think. You have a bunch of brushes. It's fine. It's fine. You can do anything. Like the program doesn't really matter that much. It shouldn't be like a big deal. When I draw traditional, I like to YOLO drawings with pen without erasing. You should do the same thing when you're drawing digitally. You should do the same thing digitally. It's a very good habit, or may I say, it's a very bad habit to constantly Control C your lines. And if you've watched me for a while, you know that I mentioned this a lot. I'm always like pointing out and emphasizing, hey, you shouldn't erase your lines so much. And that's just because that's something I did a lot. So I'm trying to help people. I'm telling people, hey, don't do this. Your drawings are gonna suck ass, and they're going to look horrible if you do this. So don't do it. You think it's better to draw many bad drawings without erasing? Yes, yes. I mean, it is better than that. It is better that you finish a drawing and that you say, "Oh, this is garbage," and you get rid of it. Like, okay, this is garbage. I'm going to dispose this painting, this drawing. Sorry, I'm going to get rid of it because it sucks. Or if you're gonna do it digitally, it's like, okay, I finished the drawing. I don't like it. I didn't erase, but I still don't like it. I'm going to erase it now, and I'm going to draw it again. I'm going to start over. But I mean, it depends. I'm not so against of erasing because if you do it mindfully, right, and if you don't abuse it, because when you start to abuse things, is when things start to get ugly. Is when you start to overthink your lines a lot, and when your lines start to look extra stiff and ugly, basically. Especially when you start control seeing so much, not so much erasing, but control seeing is like more mindless. Do you have a favorite subject? I mean, I like painting. I like drawing everything. I like drawing people. I have been focusing a lot on drawing people. I like drawing guns. I like drawing um, complex things, I guess. Sometimes you need to think less. I actually don't agree with that. I actually like the word muscle memory. I think we should not rely on muscle memory that much at all. I mean, muscle memory, most people draw out of like muscle memory, like they copy something and they try to replicate it by using their muscle memory instead of understanding what they're drawing. So I don't know if that's like what you mean, or if that is something like the way that you do it, because I used to do it this way. I used to copy something. Let's say I'm drawing a person. I'm copying the lines instead of the 3D shapes. I'm copying the lines, which is terrible. You shouldn't copy the lines. You should understand the 3D shape, the 3D shapes, and replicate it onto your canvas. But you should not never ever focusing on copying the lines and the way the lines themselves look. Because when you start copying your lines and you want to draw that from imagination, you're going to rely on muscle memory to remember those lines. So I think muscle memory is just inherently using your intuition to remember, like just to basically remember the lines that you copied. But when you start using your imagination instead of your muscle memory, and when you start to see things in 3D space, so you shouldn't, you should not care about your lines. Your lines are not important, but what is important is the 3D shapes. So you should be able to draw a box. You should be able to draw a box without control seeing your lines, even if it looks a little wonky. The important thing is that it looks 3D. The important thing is that it has perspective and that it has shape, like a 3D shape. It doesn't have to have perfect lines because that is not the focus of drawing. Something is going to change inside of your mind when you stop seeing drawing as using lines and you start seeing drawing as using shapes, as materializing shapes in 3D shapes, boxes and cylinders, basically, and you're able to materialize those shapes onto the canvas. People are weird creatures. Yeah, people are weird. People are, in fact, so weird that they think that drawing 12 hours every single day is unhealthy. That's how weird people are. I mean, is it making faster, smoother lines than? slow and wobbly lines. When you don't erase your lines, or when you don't control C, when you just when you're just in the perfect drawing rhythm, it is okay for your lines to look wobbly and um, shaky, to have shaky lines. Like right now, you may not really notice here too much because, well, I still do a lot of shaky lines. Like these lines are not perfectly straight or super perfect at all. It is fine to do shaky and ugly looking lines. In fact, I think that that is the goal. And I know this sounds very weird. Like for me, this is a normal thing that I have understood already. But I understand that for like um, normal artists to talk about this, it can be a little new. But what I think when I'm drawing, I think, okay, I'm going to make the focus of my lines to make them as ugly as possible. And by this, I just mean making the lines the opposite of smooth. Trying to make them very shaky and wobbly. Just not giving a fuck about the lines. Because when you have shaky lines, but you have accurate perspective, you have accurate proportions and accurate anatomy, things are going to look so much better. Because when you start to focus on making your lines super perfect and accurate and super like, oh yeah, making straight line and trying to make every line look perfect, you will find that your lines will start to look very stiff. Your drawings will start to look very rigid and lifeless, basically, which is something that you don't want. So one day I was looking at some art by Kim Jong Gi. I was looking at some of his drawings. I was looking through his sketchbook, and I saw a drawing where the guy was like making really ugly lines. Like the lines were so bad, were so shaky. And I was like, this guy probably drew on like a car or something, on like a bus. And they were actually pretty bad, but the drawings were amazing because your lines don't really matter. You can have very ugly lines, and you can have a very dynamic drawing. Matter of fact, I think the more shaky they are, the more dynamic they're going to look. So I'm thinking, I'm nearly deluding myself into thinking that the uglier the lines, the better it's going to be. So I might as well just stop conjugal seeing altogether. Sometimes I do genuinely mess up and I end up conjugal seeing a little bit, but it's not. I don't abuse it anymore. I used to really abuse these tools, like these digital tools. This is why I used to suck at drawing on traditional doing traditional art. Yeah. Most people control Z 10 times. Yeah, I've even seen like a very good and skilled artists who do this shit, and it's so annoying and exhausting. So um okay, imagine someone's drawing a box, and they're like, okay, I'm drawing a box. I'm drawing a line. I'm control seeing. I'm drawing control seeing. Drawing control seeing. Oh, okay, finally, I got the line that I want. And now repeat the same process over and over again. And then after 10 minutes, you finally get yourself your stupid box after control seeing 100 times. It is so pointless. It is actually pointless. It is exhausting to draw like this, to spend more time control seeing your lines than actually drawing. It's like playing a slot. Yeah, it feels like playing a fucking slot machine. You should be able to draw a box without control seeing your lines. It doesn't matter if you're drawing on an iPad or on like a piece of paper, on a Photoshop, Krita, whatever. You should be able to not control see your lines, or especially draw a box and draw a box in 3D and not having to control C. Because look, sometimes I will genuinely mess up, and I'm gonna be like, okay, I'm gonna draw the line. These lines have to be symmetrical. Maybe I'll go like this. Oh, I messed up. You know, I can. I will allow myself to control C because this is a genuine fuck up. But I'm not doing it just for the sake of it. I'm not doing it out of habit. And sometimes I'm like, this doesn't look very good. I mean, I kind of fucked up here, but I'm still going to roll with it because in the end, it's not gonna matter that much. Like the lines themselves don't matter. What matters is the compounded 3D shapes connected together. So yeah, you're better off not control seeing at all. Like what I used to do, and I still do sometimes, is turning off my keyboard on iPad. I like on Procreate. I actually disabled like in Procreate you can just tap 2 times on the canvas and it will automatically control your lines. I disable that so I don't do that unconsciously. Yeah. And after knowing this, it's like okay, you don't have to learn any other random fundamental. There is no other fundamental that is worth studying at all, that is relevant or that is even like uh, that makes sense aside from perspective. Perspective is the only thing that you have to learn basically, and these tips on line work. It is funny. It is kind of funny. Other people will tell you how to make your lines look prettier, how to make your line work look better, and I'm here telling you to make your lines ugly on purpose. I'm here telling you to disable like the turn off the smoothing thing, the line smoothing thing on your brush, and to just raw dog it, to roll with your mistakes. Because the way that I see the lines, I think this is a pretty good analogy that I came up with. It's like learning a language. Imagine that you're learning a language and you are studying. Imagine you're in a notebook and you're studying like you're writing down things in that language. Do you think that it would make sense to like for the actual handwriting to be the main focus? Like I'm asking you, what is more important, the handwriting or the actual content on the words and the letters? What do you think matters most? Because most people are giving a shit about the handwriting, about making the handwriting look pretty. Oh, I messed up the handwriting. Let me make it pretty. Like let me spend 5 minutes on each fucking letter instead of worrying about the actual content of the words and what they're writing. Most people are obsessed about lines. Yeah, and this is because they don't know perspective. When you see someone who is particularly obsessed with lines and trying to make their lines super pretty and everything, it's because they don't know perspective. 100%. Because if they knew perspective, they would be like, or if they integrated perspective, because they can know a little bit of perspective, but they haven't fully integrated them into their work. And it's like they see the world in lines instead of shapes. Perspective is about shapes, not lines. It may seem like it because you're using vanishing points and everything, but in the end, what you're creating is shapes. Everything is made out of shapes, and the idea is that you connect these shapes together and that you're able to imagine like a 3D printer. That like that's the whole point. Yeah, I haven't really seen anyone talk about this. Like zero people. I don't think you're gonna find anyone, like any artist who's gonna tell you um to make your lines ugly on purpose for the sake of perspective and this specific shit I'm talking about. Let's go back to the drawing. It's been 11 hours and 34 minutes. So in about 20 minutes, yeah, 20 minutes, 25 minutes, I'm going to be ending the live stream because it's already too late and I want to do some stuff. But yeah, of course, I'm not drawing nonstop either. Like I am taking a few breaks to draw things, to from drawing to talk and give some insights. Mm. All right, thank you, Unix. Thank you so much for sticking around. I appreciate it. Are you still drawing some? Oh shit! Wait, do you see the like the black screen? Sorry, I had the tab minimized. Can you see it now? I don't know what else I can draw. I'll try to draw this pose in like a more with a more detailed anatomy. How do you learn anatomy, for example? It's by taking mental notes, mental observations, and also taking mental observations of the things that you don't know how they work. So, for example, the thing that has given me a lot of trouble with anatomy has been the shoulders, has been the fucking shoulders, and I have I've come to understand a lot better how the shoulder kind of works and how it wraps around the arm, but still a little tricky to draw in like certain perspectives. And you have to be honest with yourself. You have to okay, fuck your ego and just admit that you don't know something, and you're like, okay, I don't know what the shoulder looks like from this perspective, right? So it's like you start to look at references and you start to understand it and integrate it into your actual work, into your drawings. So it's like you understand that the shoulder kind of wraps around the chest and the back, in a kind of weird way, but it makes sense. And then it is the arm. It comes from like in between the chest and the arm in the back muscles. I'm using OBS for live streaming. I also use it for recording the videos. So yeah, for instance, we have, if I'm gonna draw the shoulder here, I know I have to visualize the chest, the connections with the chest, and also the traps and the collarbone. It's really important. So this is the collarbone, basically. This line that you see here, this is the collarbone. And then you have, the trap muscles here would be like here, and then the chest, and then it's like, okay, the chest, or like the chest is going to stretch this position, and it's going to connect here with the back muscles. So kind of like this. This would be the lats, and this would be the chest. You probably don't understand what's going on here. Um, it's a little messed up. But yeah, the arm is basically under the shoulder. So this would be the shoulder. Jesus, even I'm getting confused with what's going on here. Never mind. I'll just do it again from scratch. Can't even erase this layer. So here, for instance, you have the collarbone right under the end here of the collarbone, where chest kind of shows here. And connects with the back. That is how that's where the shoulder is born. Oh, this still looks kind of weird. Okay, maybe like this. Guess I'm gonna have to continue to look at reference on this angle specifically because Jesus, this is giving me trouble. It's giving me some serious trouble. Like I can draw it in like mannequin mode, in like level one mannequin. Fair enough, I can do that. But more than that, it's just a little. I'm gonna look him up. I'm gonna look how to do this because at least it's good that you identify that. Oh, okay, I don't know how to do this specific thing, like how to connect the shoulder with the back on this specific way. Okay, now once you identify it, it's like so easy to fix it, so easy to give priority to this. Okay, you can't see my screen right now, the post my art reference thing. But after very mindfully observing at this, I can assure you it's going to be way easier. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, the chest can stretch very much. Okay. Now I know what's going on, I think. It happens. Yeah, and I'm excited. I'm actually excited because it's like, oh, okay, okay. I identified my weak spots, so I can then reduce the amount of mistakes that I make in the future because I know how to draw this in any angle, on this specific angle. And you just keep doing this with everything, with all things. Actually, I'm gonna take a screenshot of this so you can see also like the my decision, like the decisions that I make here. Okay. So you have this. This would be like the. You can see it, right? This is the shoulder. This right here is the shoulder, and the chest will stretch like this. It is a website. It's called Pose My Art, like all together. PoseMyArt.com or .net. I don't know. Just search Pose My Art on like Google and it'll show up. I believe I get it now. I'll try it again. How long have you been drawing? In general or today? Because it's been 12 hours so far. It's been 11 hours and 50 minutes. Also, all time in general, you mean? I have been drawing for technically for a year. Technically for a little bit more than a year. Like before that, I was drawing, but I wasn't doing any perspective practice. So it is the equivalent of not knowing what the fuck I was doing. So it's like, okay, technically, I have been drawing for like 4 years, but it was a year ago that I decided, okay, I'm gonna actually learn how to draw. I'm actually going to stop copying other people's shit, and I'm going to come up with my own things. And that basically so far has taken me a year. Because I had been mostly focusing on painting, for most of those years since I picked up my graphic tablet, my digital tablet. Shit. Most people start with painting. No, I actually started with drawing, not painting. But then I was like, oh, okay, painting seems like something I want to learn. It seems intimidating, but I want to learn how to do this. So that's what I did. But I feel like already like painting is like, it's not as exciting anymore. Not as drawing, at least. Not as exciting as drawing. Drawing is way more difficult, but drawing and painting are two separate things. It's like playing piano and playing guitar. They are both musical instruments, but they're too fucking different. Like you can't use most like you have to learn like they're two separate disciplines. That's what I mean. Oh man, I give up. I give up on this pose. I want to be the best artist in the world. That's my goal. I don't know why so many people ask me that question. It's like, yeah, I want to improve. I want to be a better artist. I don't think there's like it's rocket science. I want to be a great artist and draw for most of the day, and that's it. That's enjoyable. That's all there is to making art. And at the same time, of course, I want to make a living out of it. That's why I'm doing the YouTube